Call the meeting to order at 10:02. Agenda additions and approval. There is one in-camera addition, which is follow-up from Railway Connection Meeting 14.2. So it's already added. Is there any other? Councillor Nyberg?
I'd just like to put on a letter of support for the FRN grant. Unfortunately, this is a emergent because the grant goes tomorrow. So
The FRN, can you?
The FRN is the Family Resource Network. So from FCSS. So. My apologies.
And where would we?
Councillor. Councillors, no, I don't know where you'd put it. New
Okay.
business?
Under correspondence, we've got 12.1 Stettler and District FCSS letter of support.
Okay, so.
Could we put it as 12.3?
No, let's use it. That's the one. But it needs to be done Thursday, so I want to make sure that it goes.
So it's FCN.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll add that under 12 with
12.1 then. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Anything else? Councillor Allen, you move the agenda. Call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. We've got two sets of minutes to approve. We've got our regular council meeting February 11th, 2026, and our regular council meeting February 25th, 2026. Did anybody see anything when they reviewed the minutes? Councillor Walker? You'll move them? Okay. Call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. We've got public hearings at 1 o'clock with our bylaws. 4.1 and 4.2. A delegation at 11 o'clock. So we will move to 6, which is our council's request for information. And the first one on that is 6.1, cost analysis of ASB provincial conference, which would be the Ag Service Board. And that was Councillor Gano asked for that.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think it's fairly self-explanatory. I think we've got everything that was still coming in right up until we did the memo last week. So unless Councillor Ganner has any comments or concerns?
None at all. No, this is good. Thank you for preparing this.
Okay, any other questions from any other councillors on that? Councillor Gano, can I ask you to move or to?
Yeah,
information?
I'll accept that for information. Thank you.
Yeah. Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. 6.2 Bar W RV Resort 2025 tax payment. Councillor Stevens.
I received a phone call from Mr. Wilson regarding his taxes. If council remembers, he did a delegation a couple months ago seeking some incentives. At the time, council declined that. So he is now seeking a payment plan. He would like to pay last year's taxes in May and is requesting that we forgive some of the penalties. Anytime we have ever done this before, it obviously comes with conditions. Making the payments, I said I would bring it forward to council, but I have mixed feelings on this one because we're still looking backwards. And I don't like the idea of, unless it's linked to getting current on this year's taxes, I would not deal with last year's individually, would be my preference. So I don't know what the rest of council's feelings are towards forgiving some of the penalties, but for me to support it, I would want to see both a scheduled catch-up date for last year's as well as paying this year's on time before I would consider any forgiveness of penalties.
So there was no discussion on at all on this year's taxes? Okay.
He verbally, he suggested that he could make them by the due date on October 31st, but if we're gonna get into any sort of tax payment arrangement, I don't like verbal. I like something in writing. These are the dates. If you don't make them, then the forgiveness goes away.
CEO Costy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So both Sharon and myself did try to work with Mr. Wilson on a tax agreement as our instructions from council a few months ago, the last time he was here. He said that he wanted to pay them in May because he had no cash flow. And we said, well, but he wanted council to forgive the penalties 100%. I said, I can take it to council, but in the past, all tax agreements that we've entered into, if you make your payments on the date specified, council will look at forgiving 50% of them. No, he wanted a guarantee from us that he wouldn't have to pay any penalties. Said I couldn't do it. He was worried about going on tax notification. I said, you have to be a year in arrears before you go on tax notification. So if you pay the 25 taxes in May of 2026, you're not on tax notification, but you are going to pay the penalties. If you went to the bank and borrowed on your line of credit, you would pay interest to make those payments. So basically, I mean, paying the penalties is almost the same as borrowing the money. But he didn't see it quite that way. So whatever council wants to do.
Counselor Hunter?
What are the dollar figures we're talking, like his taxes?
I can't remember offhand, but I'll get him.
Okay, and if he had paid the last year's, then I'd have been more inclined to work out a plan for this year, but he hasn't paid nothing from last year?
Typically, that's when they come in for a payment structure, though. It's some may come in early, pre-planned that,
But that's what I mean.
but a lot of them that we have to sit down and deal with is it's a year past, or hopefully not 2 years, but a year past in taxes. But there is always the current ones coming up too, eh? Because the current tax notice comes out in June,
May or
and then
June.
taxes are due the end of October. So, Councilor Adam?
Does he have a history of defaulting? And I'd also the last place I lived was Red Deer. And there, unless you made your arrangements within that tax year to pay that tax year's off, you get penalties for trying to pay it off in installments. So he'd have a lot of grace if we did it otherwise, because if it was another municipality, he might not get any penalties off at all.
Well, Councillor Stevens may want to answer this question, or did you want me to?
Yeah.
He does have a history of being late with his taxes and being in arrears for 1 to 2 years. He has come before council several times and had taxes forgiven. The first year that we taxed him as per the MGA, because the topsoil was removed from the site at a commercial rate, he came in and asked council to put it back to a farmland rate. He's also received the tax initiative where we prorated 80, 60, 40, 20 twice. So I think council has treated him very fairly. But this has been a difficult development, I will say that, and it's got quite a history behind it. Councillor Stevens, you may have some other comments.
This development did receive an incentive. Right now, all the other incentives we do are based off a 300-point tax, and it's come in 2 different forms. Sliding scale, 100 the first year, and this is strictly the municipal portion. We do require them to pay the requisitions. 100 the first year, 80, 60, 40, 20. Add those up, it's 300 points of tax incentives. We did 2 separate incentives on this development previously, and I voted for the first one because it was well within our our 300-point system that we wanted broad across the board for new commercial incentives. The second one actually surpassed that 300 points. And I didn't think that was, I thought we were trying to go to a flat, treat everyone the same across the board. Now, in fairness, some of the previous council did believe that this development was not handled in an optimum way from the get-go. So I think there was a sense of trying to make it fair through additional incentives, but I'm at the standpoint where that is in the past. There's been multiple years of operating as it was applied for. I'm not inclined, at some point we have to get off this train, and the taxes are the taxes. I don't want to do this in perpetuity.
With the scale, where are we through the scale now? So it is 100% tax we're talking about, or is it based on a percentage?
Yeah, I'd have to double check with Sharon, but I'm pretty sure we're either done or we would be at the 20%, but I think we're done.
Okay. We've set this example with other commercial properties when it comes to oil and gas properties. And now we're not fortunate to have drilling happening right now, but if we'd had drilling in so many of the areas, they had that 3-year holiday. So they definitely would have incentives too. So being a commercial entity, I think the train's got to stop. But it's once again that piece about being paid for your taxes, and if you can do it on this payment structure. But I don't know how you get it any clearer of go forward, unless you write it right in that if you don't make 2026 taxes, you pay 100% of your penalties with a repayment structure. If we as council gave them the break this year.
His cash flow is only in the summertime, as he has stated before, perhaps prepaying the 26 taxes would get him off that
Mhm.
wheel.
Or if you set up a payment structure for the next year, basically. Councillor Stevens.
I don't like diving in too deep into what other businesses do for their cash flow. I mean, we're in ag county. There's a lot of our producers that get the bulk of their income in the fall and very little throughout the year. I don't tell ag producers that you need to start budgeting now because you're getting a big calf check in the fall. That's not my business how they handle their finances.
But our forefathers did, though, because that's why our payment is due the end of October. That's the very reason compared to midsummer.
I get that, but everyone that deals with an enterprise that's a seasonal nature, I don't think we should be getting involved in how they budget their private companies. But in order to move this along, I will make a motion that I don't want to go 100% forgiveness because that's further than we've gone in my time with anyone. But I will move that we enter into a tax agreement to waive 50% of the penalties, provided that the 2025 taxes are made by the end of May and the current year, 2026, are made on time. What is it, October 31st?
Last working day in October.
Last working day of October.
And even to state that date when somebody looks at a calendar.
I'm not sure if it'll pass, but it'll at least get us moving forward.
Okay, CAO Cassidy.
So just for clarification, May 1st, full payment of 2025 taxes plus 50% penalties. And then
I think I said end of May, so.
end of May, so May 31st?
So May 31st, if he meets both deadlines then we would waive 50% of the 2025 penalties.
Andrew?
I was just gonna give the option to council as well that if there's the ratepayer is not at risk of any further penalties accruing anytime soon. So if council wanted to table this and administration could bring back more information, as well as some of our standard conditions around a tax incentive agreement, or not tax incentive, pardon me, tax payment agreement, we could do so as well.
Counselor Nyberg?
So that's I was thinking we could maybe bring it back, Counselor Stevens, because we aren't in a immediate need for this to be dealt with today. The only concern that I have is I don't think you're off board on that one. The only problem is, how do we deal with that forgiveness on October 20 or 31st, or last day of October, with the 50-cent fit? Because, okay, so he makes his October 31st payment. He still owes us now 50% of the penalties. I'm not opposed to what's going on. I'm just not sure how that's going to transfer into is he going to give us all the payment and we give him some of it back? I'm a little confused, and I'm willing to bring it back to another meeting, but with a little more information.
Andrew?
Just to speak to that one directly, that's how most of our agreements work, is that we only require them to pay what we expect them to have to pay by the end of the day. And then as soon as they have fulfilled all their obligations under the tax repayment agreement, then the conditional forgiveness of taxes that council puts in the original motion then takes effect. So they're still sitting with 50% of the penalty on the arrears list, or not the arrears list, but on the tax roll until their conditions are satisfied, at which point administration would remove those as an adjustment.
Okay, so on October 31st, 2026, he pays his taxes, but he doesn't pay the arrears.
He would have to pay, so May 31st, the way I read it, he'd have to pay the 2025 taxes and 1/2 of the penalties. On October, last day, working day, I think it's October 31st this year. But October 31st, he would then have to pay the 2026 taxes. If he missed that, then the 50% of the penalties from 25 would stay on the tax roll, plus November 1st, he'd get another 10% penalty on the 2026 taxes. And taxes work first in, first out. So any payment that he makes now goes towards the arrears, and not the actual taxes.
Mm.
He then puts himself in that loop where we could put a tax notification on his property.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I'm not proposing that we get legal involved. I just wanted to make sure that there's nothing stopping us from regenerating those tax arrears. And also, on October 31st, would there be a tax penalty on the tax arrears that are not paid yet?
No, the next penalty they would see on those arrears would be February 1st, 2027, and it'd be an 8%.
So I'm good either way then, if it's, now we've got some clarity on it.
Counselor Hunter?
No, I think that's a good solution to this issue, and I'm thinking this guy probably wants a answer sooner than later, because when would we ever come up with it again?
It would be 2 weeks,
Yeah.
basically.
So at least he gives them a little bit more directive on that. That's my opinion.
Counselor Stevens?
Schedule wise, it was the developer that came to me asking for an answer. That's why I put it on this agenda. If we give him an answer now, then he has time to prepare for his May 31st deadline.
Okay.
But it's not a pressing issue. 2 weeks is not a make or break.
So your motion, you'll leave your motion stand with the penalty implications as was stated. Counselor Walker?
I agree with Counselor Stevens. You should just get it over with. Why are we worrying about it? Just put it the way it is. It's done.
Okay.
We can't give everybody a break.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table, and it was to forgive 50%, correct? And then the other 50 would stay on notice until 2026 payment was made.
But the 50% is contingent upon payment on time.
of the October, yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, any other questions? Call a question, all in favor? Opposed? We've got 3 opposed, Counselor Gano, Counselor Stevens, and Counselor Nyberg. Carried. Yeah.
So did it pass? Did it carry?
It's 4-3 against, okay?
Okay.
7.1, request for decision response to ATCO electric referral for Red Willow transmission project.
Is Craig coming?
Is there a page number?
If we can push this till the afternoon, Craig's got
Is there
it.
bylaw, is there, okay.
Yeah, it's just that we'll have Craig here at 1 o'clock for all of our.
Is there any other ones that we need to push forward?
That is the only one that needs to move.
7.2, request for decision funding request, Heartland Training and Support Hub.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So these are all coming out of ASB. So Greg, did you want to speak to them or is Rob here or?
Sorry, Rob is not here. I'm just pulling it up now. Forgive me.
So these are funding requests which went through the ASB board, from what I understand? No?
No, so maybe I could just speak to that while Greg's.
Okay.
I think it's fine, but in the future, I talked to Rob this morning, and as I understand, these requests have been on his desk for quite a while, and we need to get them moving. But I would suggest in the future that the SB board see these and then bring them to council for their approval. So the entire ASB board, most of it's here, but our 2-member at large would not have seen these. So just to preface this a little bit. Thank you.
And I think we have funded these events in the past. So, yeah. So whatever council would like to do.
I'm okay with moving forward and discussing at this council to move these along. As Yvette has said, and Rob confirmed this morning that these were not new to ASB. Thank you.
I know in the past, there'd been, the town school had not received this training. It was more the colony schools, wasn't it?
No, the group actually provided quite a significant list of all of their attendance. So it looks like they managed to hit basically every school, colony and public in the county between 24 or the very end of 2024 and 2025. So in the previous school year.
They took constructive criticism the last time we met with them then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They to the point where when in their letter they said they visited 12 schools, I had to count to make sure there were. And sure enough, yeah, that's basically all of them.
I think the kids really enjoy it. It gives them an insight into where milk comes from or your bread, things like that, right?
Counselor Gano?
I do have a bit of concern that there's 2 programs going on. There's this one, which I think is safety-based, where there's been some good uptake in a different program that they're advocating for around more like where your food comes from and egg education. So there is, I do have a bit of angst that in this school year with the strike that's happened, the amount of time that we can get, but looks like everyone's feels that they can make it work. So I'm kind of, Greg's maybe ready now.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as Councillor Gano has mentioned, there are 2 different programs that are circulating. This one is separate from the one that we would be working with specifically with our own staff. But our staff has been able to make significant contacts with our local school district and has inroads now where previously we were reaching, a few of the colony students and things of that nature. We will be expanding that drastically and allowing us to get into multiple classrooms. And the age is a little bit different as well. So the age that we're reaching, in this instance, the age of the students and whatnot, and then the age of the students that we are going to be presenting to our 2 different age groups. So it does allow for that growth and knowledge to continue throughout the students' years through school. So.
Thank you, Greg. Counselor Gano.
I believe that, am I correct that the county has not provided any funding lately? So these visits that we're seeing have been completed and we haven't provided any funding for those. Is that correct?
Yeah, not since 2021.
Yeah, it's
The
been a
Farm
while.
Safety Center, or formerly the Farm Safety Center, their goal is to reach as many as they can, but they do prioritize the schools and the municipalities that receive funding or that they receive funding from. However, we seem to have lucked out in that they had enough time and money to go around even when we weren't contributors.
Counselor Nyberg.
So, Mr. Chair, typically they used to come in and do a presentation to us, and I think that may have been part of the reason that we stopped the funding. We stopped seeing the presentation. It was one of those ones where I'll be honest, I can't remember a presentation. Doesn't mean that we didn't get one, but I think that was the biggest funding. And I know they just have a limited amount of time. I think at one time, Mr. Jackson, were you not part of this program?
Yeah.
Not to put you on the spot, but
Yeah, absolutely. One time I did work with this group in the days that they would go. We had more of a consolidated safety day at that point in time, but we did work together, and it was throughout the entire municipality that we had representation, and as well with others.
yeah. So I'm not opposed to this, but I just I'm not sure this is in our budget either. Where would it come from?
They have it scheduled in the ag service budget.
Under their
Or-
extensions and workshops.
They have $20,000 budgeted, so he feels this would fit into it.
Counselor Gano and then Counselor Stevens.
Andrew, can you bring up the first page? I think that second paragraph there, Councilor Nyberg may answer some of your questions. So they lost some granting funding, and so that's why they quit doing it for a bit. So it looks like they quit for several years. Now they're back. We started last year, and we're out in our community in the last few years.
And Mr. Chair, and I was just making comment that we haven't seen a visit from him. I did read the memo,
Okay.
but thank you.
Okay, Counselor Stevens.
This seems like a worthy goal and initiative, but I'm hoping over time, and this is somewhat separate from the decision today, I'm hoping over time the outreach that we're planning in partnership with the Ag Society, the one that we're kind of mimicking over Clearwaters, I think that could eventually be the replacement for this program, trying to get more urban kids to raise their awareness about where their food comes from and be more involved. So I'm hoping that is successful. I'm just not willing to say that that's the replacement until we've seen the results.
Not having seen this package, like I know with Conoco and Gulf, our community relations heavily participated in this, and that's when they were bringing out the new modern things like DVDs at that point that they could send out to the schools, and but then they were going and presenting it also, and we had a very, very high uptick by a majority of colonies within Western provinces, because there'd been too many issues of kids drowning on lagoons and things like that. So it was really focusing around the dangers on the farm with moving equipment, with quads, ATVs, animals, and I bought into it very heavily at that point, because so for a lot of our rural communities, it was to give those kids something in school to go home and ask why things were being done differently at home. So I thought the safety part of it was very good. As far as where food comes from, that's another really important asset. But in the same breath, probably most of the colony kids would know, or the kids that are on a farm would know where food comes from. So that's more of the urban piece, but this was handling more of the kids on the ground on the farms from a safety aspect. So it's if you save one accident with those kids, it's well worth, in years, it's well worth that expense.
If I may, Reeve Clark, that was what we saw a lot of when I was participating in this event. Many times when the children went home and questioned their moms and dads as to what they're doing and how they're doing it, that's when you would see change happen. And the fact that it brought the realization from the young eyes that maybe we're doing things that are unsafe, and you would see a check in place put then. And lots of times it was when we saw, families the next year or somewhere else throughout the community, you would get that grin and the poke in your ribs from the dad saying, "Hey, good job. We got the point." So, yeah.
Yeah, so it is two different programs. One's for where the food comes from and the other one's to how to get it there safely. So keep our kids safe.
I still have my tickets, no seat, no ride.
Yep.
The stickers are on my units.
Okay. Any other questions on that?
If I may, just as one more point, through our grant that we receive with the Ag Service Board, extension and education is part of those funds that we do receive. So, I mean, this is a good allocation in my mind as funds from that we use going forward.
And I do know when they dropped off, they lost grants, but they also lost a lot of the major oil company support, the sponsorship support. Yeah.
Well, and that was what I was getting to, that we just haven't seen them around. I think we're supported this in the past. It's just the fact that they weren't around was where we were at. So.
Yeah.
So are we making a motion from here to spend Ag Service? Okay, I'll give you that motion and we go ahead.
Okay. Questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. 7.3 request for decision, funding request, Palliser Grazing Club.
Do you want to take this too, Greg?
Absolutely, thank you. So this is somewhat similar to many of the associations that deal with agriculture throughout the central Alberta region, in that they dedicate funds that have been granted to them by local municipalities, producers, etc., to further enhance and circulate information throughout to producers. As it states here, Grazing Club was established in 2022, and their goal is to improve cattle operations and agricultural lands. So this has been brought to council in the event that you guys would approve funding of some nature, either as it states in recommendation number 1, $2,000, or at council's discretion.
Would there be any, I noticed that the activities were not within the county, but close, I think. Wondered if there's any interest in holding something in our county.
At any point in time, when a municipality becomes a contributor to the funds needed for the operation of these outfits, I believe it's very likely that the request can go along with it, that we do receive some participation in their programs, and that they take the time and ensure that the funds received are also reciprocated with events or information that's returned to our municipality.
I don't think we've ever seen a funding request from these guys before.
Once, I
We
believe.
did last year? Okay.
I don't think it wasn't that much, and I don't think did we give them $500 last time? I think that's what we had done last time.
Might have been a request for 1,000, so maybe it's a.
Yeah, they figured it out. So.
Yeah. Councilor Hunter?
Who is this group? Like, where are they at, or?
A letter attached there? Yeah, there you go.
I don't know.
It's a
To
bunch
me,
of local farmers who've banded together.
The local cattle guys probably could donate a little themselves, the price of cattle right now, so. I don't know if personally, my tax dollars probably don't have to go to it. That's my own personal feeling.
So if there was any area that was affected by the Palliser grazing piece, probably it would be the Big Valley area,
Or buy more.
or Bymore, over to Bymore area.
It's Brad Mappin is a member in our area, so it would be Bymore NDA.
That's kind of the areas it would hit, so, okay.
That still didn't change my.
Okay, that didn't change your mind. Okay. Counselor Stevens?
Well, it's not that it isn't worthwhile. I'm hesitant to fund groups for education without knowing more about the group and the education or workshops that they're doing. And it says here that they did a farm succession workshop. Well, RASB did the exact same one and got rave reviews and are planning another one. They also did a pasture water systems one. Well, I think that was 2 years ago when we did a similar one. I just don't want to overlap with a set amount of budget to go around for workshops.
Any other comments? So Counselor Hunter, you are going to put a motion on the table?
Don't make the motion in the negative.
If you want to make a negative motion, Council, you can always.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move this forward. I'd like to receive this for information. Thank you very much.
Oh, we had motions here also too, but we've received for information. Okay, that would work too. We'll call a question. All in favor? And that's carried. .4, request for decision, funding request, Alberta Invasive Species Council, page 45 of the package.
Mr. Reeve, I'll speak to this as well. Currently our municipality has supported as a silver partnership with the Alberta Invasive Species Council. We have utilized the workshops and events through this council for educating our staff. Specifically, we utilized the event that trained staff in regards to tracking and investigation for wild boar when they've escaped and whatnot. We utilized it for that. It is something that we do receive tons of information on, and it does assist staff in their ongoing education and improving their knowledge, as well as being able to relay that information on to producers when the questions are asked of staff in our nature of egg services.
The question is, and with this, it's a two-way conversation. Like you can ask questions.
Absolutely, yeah. We have basically the ability to go to this group and relay information back and forth and utilize all the resources with the workshops and the presenters. You have the resource that you can reach out to with relationships being built.
Plus, they've supplied promotional material, which we've at trade fairs and at the county fair that we've handed out also.
Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, I'll give you a motion. The County of Stettler approved funding a request of $2,500 for the Alberta Invasive Species Council, and that the funds be allocated from the Alberta Environmental Sustainable Agricultural Program ASA expenses.
Any comments or concerns? Councilor Stevens?
I'm just curious why we picked that amount. Was that what was requested? Is that what we've done before? I'm just looking at their partner benefit, and this to be eligible as a silver partner, it's $2,000. So it seems kind of arbitrary to go above that.
Andrew?
As Rob flagged, that's to come from the AESA expenses. AESA is a program we are grant funded for to provide extension programming as part of our, or sort of ancillary to our ASB grant from the province. So this revenue does get, or this expense does get offset with the grant revenue as we need to spend that grant revenue on eligible expenses.
Okay. Any other questions? I will call a question then. All in favor? Was there any opposed? You were in favor? Okay, carried. 7.5, request for decision, funding request, Rising Stars Cattle Clinic, page 50 of the package.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take this one on as well. Ag Service Board and Council has previously supported this event in years past. We have had Tulsa Smith present to the council after every year's events with an update as to how the funds were dedicated and utilized, as well as the impacts and the influence that the clinic has on our area producer children, and their ability to be able to hone their skills, as well as add new skills in regards to the world of marketing livestock and working with their projects. So as you see in front of you, the recommendation is that the County of Stettler number 6 funds $1,000 as well, again, to the Rising Stars Junior Cattle Clinic this year, or as council deems to be appropriate.
This was usually a presentation we had come in too. This,
And they usually do after the event is over.
Okay.
And they tell us how it went, how many people were there, but we have done this annually for, I think, 2 or 3 years anyway.
Counselor Stevens,
I'll move staff recommendation number 1.
any questions, concerns? Oh, you're voting, okay. Any questions or concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Not really, no. No old business. Agenda item number 9 is fire update.
And that's just verbal, and I think we've probably got. Yeah, so this,
That's for the CAO report.
yeah, it was passed, and I will refer to it a little bit here. But we, council will remember at our last meeting, we approved making an offer to the town to settle the transition agreement offers. They had a special meeting that week and similarly approved the proposal that the administration's agreed to. So we've drafted the agreement that would paper that and sent it to the town for review. After that, we'll be able to coordinate the disbursement of the various assets and basically close the transition out with the invoicing and payments going back and forth. And then looking forward, we are eagerly and anxiously awaiting ACP grant announcements to see if we were successful in partnering with our villages to get some financial assistance in standing up the Heartland Regional Fire Commission. If not, we'll continue on anyways, but we're hoping that if those announcements are starting to come out, we've seen one announcement come out, but I did check with the Summer Villages, who are the managing partners on this particular grant, and they have not heard yet. And their last response from Municipal Affairs was, you'll hear by the end of the month, which isn't exactly a warm and fuzzy feeling, but regardless, we will carry on with that. For the current operations, of course, many of you would have heard about the structure fire in the village of Big Valley. That was a fairly significant event for our crews. It brought together all 4 stations as well as Elnora, assisted with another tender, and we have had very positive comments coming back from that particular event and general with just interactions with the public throughout with our fire department as being quite professional and quite well put together. It sounds like from the feedback I've garnered from some of the firefighters, the work that we've done to sort of break down the barriers between the various stations definitely paid off in Big Valley, as everyone kind of knew everyone. We've been doing just quarterly all station events to make sure that that regular familiarization happens. And I'm quite proud of the work that our firefighters are doing. And I think it's something they should be proud of as well.
Counselor Stevens?
The feedback I got was also very good from a pretty complicated large-scale fire. And that it was a very efficient and streamlined response. I would like to make this abundantly clear that just because staff has told us we are operational ready we can respond to large scale. I have faith in our staff, and I'm not questioning that. But it is a sense of relief when you've seen it in practice. When you've seen the results and they can respond safely and effectively to a large scale fire in a very cooperative manner, it is a sense of relief and a comfort knowing that that has actually happened instead of a hypothetical, yeah, on paper, this is going to work. So that is a huge sense of relief. And I think we should communicate to our volunteers how proud we are of the progress that they've made and the response that they mustered.
Counselor Adam?
I agree with Counselor Stevens. Seeing is believing, and we certainly can believe what we saw. I also want to thank Nikki. I'm sure it was you, Nikki, who's been posting on Facebook, showing the videos of our guys in training, how hard they're working. You know, they are working very hard and trying to keep their skills up, and it just shows when they responded to that big fire.
Thank you. Andrew?
If you're seeing that on the Heartland Fire page, it's actually, that's Firefighter Run. Firefighter Run, the Heartland page. It is mostly our volunteers that manage that social media presence directly. Yeah, they've lots of our volunteers have taken on duties outside of just responding. I mean, we've implemented where captains will assist us on our duty rotation, which is, you know, having the top guy on call, right to the point where on when the Big Valley Fire came in, both our full-time members were out of town on training, and the incident was overseen, and the incident commander was a volunteer through to completion, despite our full-time staff coming on scene partway through. They really rushed back from Edmonton.
So when they show them doing the small spaces squeezing through tiny holes, is that the Heartland Fire Department, or is that Nikki telling them I need a video? No, it's not Nikki.
Nope, that is Heartland Fire Department. And then when they release something on the Heartland Fire Department Facebook page, I simply share it to our own.
I've been sharing it too because they've been working hard and they deserve to be showing the world what they're up to.
And Counselor Hunter?
On that Big Valley Fire, do we ever, from the county or the fire department, do we ever acknowledge the people that, the volunteers, not the firefighters so much as people that brought water, coffee, helped out in the area too? I didn't know if we ever do that or what, how that works.
We can run something in the whistle if you like, but I mean, that's a given all over the
I
county.
know, it just,
Stettler,
that
right?
I think it's nice to recognize those people that, you know, probably put out money, whatever, supplying the water, coffee.
That's-
Yeah, we don't have to.
Everyone in the county of Stettler are great neighbors, and that's just the neighborly thing to do. But we can put out a thank you, Nikki, in the whistle, maybe.
Yeah, just thanking the volunteers and
Counselor Stevens.
thank you.
Counselor Stevens?
Further to that point, the Heartland Regional Fire, they have been doing that on their social media. So the volunteers themselves were.
Counselor Gano?
Again, looks like we did a great job, or fellas did, so congratulations. Just learnings. So out of this, you know, is there a learnings meeting held? And the outcomes of that, is it generally shared with council, or is there nothing of a materiality?
Ivan and Troy would always debrief. Andrew knows more about this than I do because I don't fight fires.
Yeah, so internally to the department, each station will likely have their own debriefing. With a large enough event, they may do a regional debriefing as well, where they do lessons learned internally. And then the stuff that might get brought to council, typically most of that council won't directly see that. But you will see things when we have recommendations for things like better water infrastructure. So for example, in that fire, it would have been really nice if the water distribution in Big Valley had the capacity to push more water through to hydrants. It would have reduced the amount of water shuttling we would need. And then as we were water shuttling, we identified it would be nice to have a little bit better infrastructure at the shop for water fill as well. Although Erskine and Bymore kept up very well. So those are the types of things that typically you'll see out of on the council side when we come back. And that morning I went to Krista and said, expect changes in the revised budget. I want to make the shop better to fill up at. And that's one of the things, right? Is so we can fill faster and fill more.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Counselor Nyberg?
The only comment I was going to make to Mr. Hunters, and Nikki probably, I would imagine, already has this, that we should do it in conjunction with the village of Big Valley. We're partners in that group, so I think we should be doing that we do it as a group effort. The village of Big Valley and the town of Stettler would like to thank people. Just a note. So, Nikki, I'm sure you would do that anyway. So,
Okay. Yeah, and that's a wonderful thing about training, emergency training, is you don't realize how well everybody's trained until you're going through an emergency, but that's exactly what the training is all about. The hard training is all about that. So, and they stood up to it very well. So, you betcha. You had your, okay. Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Bylaws are after lunch. So reports, 11.1 Chief Administrative Officer's Report, page 92 of the package to 132. Any questions, concerns on it? Councilor Gano?
I just wanted to thank administration for organizing the facility tours. I learned a lot that day, so appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other comments on the CAO report? It's always very detailed. And Councilor Adam?
I'd like to add a little bit to her report. At the awards night, Yvette did get an award that night. So apparently she is something special down in Big Valley.
Something
Oh,
special, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, now yeah, we'll just, Councilor Aaron.
I think we should all give Yvette and Tom a big round of applause, because they not only does she work tirelessly here, but then she goes home and volunteers crazy too. So, good job.
Thank you.
Councilor Gano has a couple financial questions.
In reviewing the checks and the EFT, just, okay, separate?
Oh yeah, we actually have the financial reports underneath this too. So
I'll wait.
yeah,
then.
yeah. Sorry about that advice there earlier. Yeah. So as far as the CAO reports goes, the next step will be financial review. Councilor
I'll
Gano.
move I'll accept the CEO report.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Now we will step into the financial reports. 11.2.1 year-to-date budget, 11.2.2 bank reconciliation, 11.2.3 payment register. So that's 133 to 153 of our package. And Councilor Gano, you have a question?
I do. There's just a couple larger payments that I just would like to better understand what they're for, I guess. One check, they're jacked custom truck installs, 35,000.
That's to outfit the squad truck for the Heartland Fire.
Okay, thank
Price
you.
truck. Yeah.
And I had one EFT, canoe procurement group, 64,000.
We buy a pile of stuff off of Canoe
Okay.
through the RMA, and it could be anywhere from office supplies to oil to,
Okay.
small mowers. We
Greater
do a lot of
perks.
that. Yeah.
So it's consolidated.
$4,000 of canoe.
It's consolidated.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That was my
Can speak
financial
a
question.
little bit to that one.
And with canoe procurement, just they are the bulk buyer, but when we issue a check, it's for every receipt that falls underneath it for that month. Any other questions?
That one's actually kind of light.
Actually, the majority of that one is a single item.
What'd we buy? That'd be
Something
great.
from
And not one canoe purchase.
Oh, culverts,
Armtech.
culverts. Yep.
Culverts, yeah, huge dollar.
There we go.
Okay. And on finances too, anytime a person's reviewing these reports, if you can forward them in to the group, then typically then it gives the accounting staff time to find it too. So that's just
I'm not usually that quick.
you aren't usually that quick. Thank you very much for being that quick today. But any other questions on the financial reports? Counselor Stevens,
I'll move them that we received for information.
call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried. Counselor fee sheets, page 154 of the package.
Just a note that following last month's, Mr. Hunter's January has been included. So it does look like he has 2 this month, but it was to fix the correction. from
Because
last
it
month.
wasn't showing up last month. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
I just know one question on yours. I see you were at the Board of Trade on February 10th. I thought we weren't sending a representative to the Board of Trade. Maybe I missed something, but I'm not.
Hey, I did get asked to go to sit through it. There's actually one today too, but I won't be attending yet. So, okay, you can take it off. I sat through it. They'd asked if I would sit through 3,
Okay.
and that was through Byron, and just
Yeah.
and it was kind of what I expected of a Board of Trade meeting to be. So, yeah, just take that if you.
And you don't have to, Mr. Chair. I think we get some value out of it, but I think we had made a decision because I was sitting on.
Yeah, and then
one
you
time.
didn't, and then they did their budget last at that meeting, year to date, where they elected people.
Yeah.
And it was what.
And I don't have a problem with that. I just wanted to make sure something hadn't changed that I wasn't.
At the last organizational meeting, the council appointed you as the
Oh.
chair on the Board of Trade.
Okay.
As the
Okay. Yeah, and I put a note to them that I wouldn't be there today because of the both things going on. Counselor Stevens?
This is just more a comment to the upcoming fee sheets. We have an understanding when it comes to the community service awards. If we're gathering to celebrate volunteers, we do not charge for that. So anyone that attends that one is a no-go as far as billing. It's the optics are not good when you I'll celebrate volunteers, but only if you pay me. It doesn't go over well.
Except when you make a speech.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
I thought whoever brought greetings was able to charge for it.
I won't be charging.
Okay.
I think by policy,
Yeah.
we could. It's just been sort of an internal understanding that
Counselor Nyberg?
I will move the fee sheets, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. That's
Call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. We had anybody call in? Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Remy has just joined the meeting.
Oh, there they are.
That's perfect timing.
It is.
Perfect timing. Okay, we will be moving in camera. And okay, call the question. All in favor? And from a staff basis,
Andrew and myself will ask everyone else to step up. Do the motion before I leave.
We will reconvene and we will enter the public hearing portion, and it's 101. Public hearings, 4.1, bylaw 1758-26 road closure for Gibson Avenue, and bylaw 1759-26 repeal of the River Creek area structure plan. They both will be done in order. Welcome all participants, and I see we do have online, we have a guest. So the rules of conduct that will be followed, do we do introductions right now?
Typically, we would have people introduce themselves as they present.
Okay.
And yeah, otherwise you should be fine.
Okay. Okay. So can I ask for the nature of the proposed amendment to be read into the record?
Yes, sir. The notice reads as follows. Notice is hereby given that the County of Stettler number 6 has given first reading to bylaw 1758-26 to close Gibson Avenue, located in the southwest 343822 west of the 4th. The purpose of the proposed road closure is to facilitate the disposal and transfer of the area of the closed road to the adjacent property owner. The bylaw may be reviewed at the County Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta, during regular office hours, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. A copy of the bylaw can be obtained via email by sending a request to ctl@stetlercounty.ca or visiting www.stetlercounty.ca. The public hearing to hear representations concerning bylaw 1758-26 is scheduled to be held Tuesday, March 10th, 2026 at 1 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible. The hearing will be held in the council chambers at the County Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta. Virtual attendance is available via Zoom by typing the following into your web browser, being stetlercounty.ca/Zoom. The hearing will be chaired by the Reeve. Persons wishing to join by teleconference or speak in person will be requested to state their name and address for the record upon being recognized by the chair. Council will hear verbal or written submissions from any person who claims to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Persons may make oral presentations at the hearing regardless of whether they have provided written comments. Any person wishing to comment on the proposed bylaw may do so in writing to Craig Teal, RPP MCIP, Director of Planning and Development, County of Stettler number 6, Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, TOC 2L0, or by email to cteal@stetlercounty.ca by March 2nd, 2026, or they may make representation at the public hearing. Should you require additional information, please contact the Planning and Development Department at 403-742-4441.
Thank you. Just the rules of conduct will be written submissions shall be tabled first and read into the record. Anyone wishing to support or oppose the amendment will be given the opportunity to speak up to 5 minutes. Councilors may ask questions of the speakers after each presentation for clarification purposes or direct questions to other presenters. There will be no debating between participants or presenters allowed, and any questions from the floor shall be addressed through the chair. Do we have any written submissions?
Reeve Clark, the written submissions to date have been summarized in the RFD that is attached. So you'll find on page 53 of the agenda package that we received correspondence from TELUS Communications indicating that they have no objections. ATCO Electric also indicating they have no comments or concerns about the closure. And Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors indicating that they support the closure in principle and the transfer of the road allowance to Salty Cat Inc., subject to us making a choice on which of the two consolidation options that we had identified at the time of first reading. And finally, Alberta Forestry and Parks, given that this road closure crosses over Tail Creek, has indicated that they also have no concerns with the closure. And they note, though, that under the Water Act, even though we're transferring the land of the road closure, the natural bed and shore of Tail Creek would not be private land as part of that transfer. There are no additional written comments or verbal comments that have come in since the March 2nd date and close and today's hearing.
Okay, thank you. So now I'll ask for any verbal presentations in support of the proposed bylaw. Do we have anybody to give verbal? Okay, can I get you to give your name and for the record?
Yes, Alan Burton, and I'm agent for the landowner Salty Cat Inc. Just very briefly, the Gibson Avenue was put in place to accommodate the subdivision of the 100 acres in the upper elevation and across the creek from the 18 acres that form the actual used campground. And I think that subdivision made sense, and that's what the road was there for. What happened since then was that area of the campground was used for RV park, utilities and sites. And so it was particularly put in place when it was contemplated that the property would be subdivided into a Bearland condominium, which is part of the next public hearing that's coming up. And the new owners have completely abandoned that concept of subdivision and condominiums, just want to operate it as an RV campground. And as such, the road really serves no purpose other than access to the 100 acres wood. And actually, it doesn't even do that because practically the creek and the steep hillside. So we're proposing, as you know, to consolidate either 2 or 3 of the parcels, which eliminates the need for the road.
Okay, thank you. Do we? Craig, was there anything that you wanted to add?
Reeve Clark, with respect to Alberta Transportation's conditions, later on when we deal with the bylaw, we'll have to communicate one choice of the consolidation so that they can therefore process the application. In our view, it doesn't necessarily negate the fact that we can pursue the alternative course. So we identified 2 preferences, but right now that alternative course is still of getting access across someone else's land is still a work in progress. But Alberta Transportation's indicated it'd be easier for them to process if they knew the one we were going to be using as a working model. So we propose to use a consolidation of all 3 parcels as a working model. Means the bylaw will then go up to the ministry for consideration on that basis. Once it's back to us, the other solution may be in place.
Okay.
Or readily available.
Thank you.
And Mr. Teal and I have talked about that previously, and I support that course of action.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions from council on this? Okay. Seeing none, I guess we can call this portion of the public hearing closed at 1:09. Of that one, we've got Councillor Stevens.
Just chair's preference, would you like to do both of the, or deal with this one and then move on?
We can do both in the same public hearing.
Yeah,
Because
same
there's-
public hearing, but the verbiage you used to close the portion of the public
Yeah.
hearing is appropriate,
yeah.
and then we can move on to
The next
of the
portion.
public hearing for 1750.
Yeah. So bylaw 1759-26, repeal of the River Creek area structure plan for 109, and we'll continue into it. If I can ask that the nature of the proposed amendment be read into the record.
You betcha. So this one is, notice is hereby given that the County of Stettler number 6 proposes to repeal the River Creek area structure plan. The River Creek area structure plan applies to lands within the Southwest 34, 38, 22 west of the 4th. A copy of bylaw 1759-26 and the River Creek area structure plan may be reviewed at the County of Stettler Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, or at the Town of Stettler office located at 5031 50th Street, Stettler. Did we put that in there? Okay. That might have been from our old IDP announcement. We received no comments from anyone that was seeking that information in the wrong location. They can also be viewed on stellarcounty.ca. The public hearing to hear representations concerning bylaw 1759-26 is scheduled to be held Tuesday, March 10th, 2026 at 1 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible. The hearing will be held in the council chambers at the County Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta. Virtual attendance is also available via Zoom by typing the following into your web browser, stellarcounty.ca/Zoom. The hearing will be chaired by the Reeve. Persons wishing to join by teleconference or speak in person will be requested to state their name and address for the record upon being recognized by the chair. Council will hear verbal or written submissions from any person who claims to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Persons may make oral presentations at the hearing regardless of whether they have provided written comments. Any person wishing to comment on the proposed bylaw may do so in writing to Craig Teal, RPP, MCIP, Director of Planning Development, County of Stettler, number 6, Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, TOC 2L0, or by email at cto@stetlercounty.ca by March 2nd, 2026, or may make presentation at the public hearing. Should you require additional information, please contact the Planning Development Department at 403-742-4441.
Thank you. The rules of conduct will be as we put them before. And is there any written submissions?
Reeve Clark, we've received no written submissions on this bylaw.
Okay. And is there any verbal presentations? Yes, Alan?
Just if you would like me to restate it, that I'm Alan Burton, agent for the owner of Salty Cat Inc. The current terms of the document that we're looking at, the bylaw, does not apply to our proposed continued use of the property, which is just an RV park, and therefore no longer applicable. And the developer or the development officer and we thought that it was best to pass the new bylaw repealing the existing one.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything to add, Craig?
Nothing to add, Reeve Clark.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions? Seeing there is no questions, I will declare the public. Okay, I will declare the public portion of the public hearing closed at 1:13. Thank you. So, when we go to our bylaws, Andrew? So 10.
Interesting.
Pardon me?
These ones are a little interesting, or the road closure is anyways.
Okay, so 10.1 bylaw 1758-26 road closure, Gibson Avenue, page 52 of the package.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. The recommendation is to proceed with the road closure. What that means is to prepare a package of correspondence and records from today's public hearing and submit that on to Alberta Transportation staff, who will then review the material in more detail before taking it to the minister for a sign off and approval. Once the minister and their staff have had a chance to do that, bylaw will eventually return to council chambers for potential second and third reading. It may be several weeks to months before we're able to get it back from Alberta Transportation. So it may be May, June by the time this comes back to your table at the earliest. So the recommendation is to authorize administration to proceed with the road closure process and submit the required information package and request to the minister's approval to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors.
Okay. And is there any questions on that? Councillor Stevens?
I'll move staff recommendation 1.
Okay. I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. We have
Just a point of clarity. I don't think you can.
Councillor Nyberg, I don't think if you haven't sat through the public hearing, you could. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and it's still carried by the 6. Councillor Nyberg sustained. Okay. Okay, and then we've got bylaw 10.2 or 10.2 bylaw 1759-26 repeal of River Creek Area Structure Plan.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. The overall recommendation is to repeal the plan, which means it will no longer be enforced for the Salty Cat Inc. lands. 2 motions are required. They're in a single recommendation, so we need 1 motion for second reading of the bylaw and 1 motion for third reading of the bylaw.
Okay. Any questions? Councillor Gano?
I'll recommend, is it second reading?
Give second reading.
Give second reading to bylaw 1759.26.
Call the question. All in favor?
And again, Mr. Chair, I will,
Yeah,
And down.
it was through public hearing also.
public
Thank
hearing.
you.
Sorry, I took a phone call.
Counselor Stevens?
I'll move third reading.
Okay, call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. So then to 10.3. But pardon me. Yeah. Bylaw 1760-26 road closure, Tail Creek Park. What page is that on?
87.
It's an addition.
There we go.
Okay, so thank you, Reeve Clark. We're getting our practice on road closures. We don't, 2 in 1 year, I think. Well, it's probably not a record, but this one, we're literally across the Highway 21 on another property, and we have an undeveloped, or well, undeveloped for public road purposes, strip of land that runs north-south through the property. And maybe I'll ask Andrew to jump to the bylaw, and you'll see the sketch that we're referencing. So the piece of land that we're looking at closing is highlighted as blue on the sketches up on the screen. So the park, local roads, and landscaping goes across that, and the park is in the 2 pieces of land on left and right side of that blue strip, making up Tail Creek Park, which is transferred to the Métis Nation Association of Alberta several years ago, back in 2007. But the road closure was never followed through, and the actual strip of land was not transferred to them as well. So the purpose of this road closure is to be able to consolidate all the lands that make up the campground and exchange it for land that's closer to the Highway 21 crossing at the Red Deer River, which is a very south tip of the drawing up on the screen, for land of equal value or equal space, so to speak. The process is similar to the one we just went through for Gibson Avenue. We start with first reading. We'll then advertise for a public hearing and hear if there's any questions or presentations on that. Assuming council wants to proceed, we then send it off to Alberta Transportation for their review, and that, of course, it can take several months. So this process could be anywhere from 4 to 6 months from the time of first reading to the point in time when we're doing second and third reading, assuming Alberta Transportation provides their blessing on the bylaw. The recommendation is that council gives first reading to bylaw 1760-26 and sets a public hearing for 1 p.m. at the April 22nd, 2026 council meeting.
Okay. Any questions? Councilor Nyberg?
I'll give you motion go to first reading and have public hearing.
Okay.
Which I might
We need
make.
that date stated, or you've got it? Okay.
No promises.
Call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so with Craig in the room, we go back to 7.1, request for decision or response to ATCO electric referral for Red Willow Transmission Project.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. I'm going to ask Andrew to jump to page 27, where I have a drawing that's a little bit more exciting or interesting, maybe. Excuse me. So this item is a referral from ATCO Electric as part of an AUC approval process for a transmission connection to the new or recently approved Red Willow Solar and Energy Storage Project on 10 to 12 quarter sections straddling a highway, well, just south of 601, east of the hamlet of Red Willow. So on the screen in front of you, you can see in the detail box in the middle of the blow up, the red square with a hatch through it. That's the location of the Red Willow project's new substation, which was part of the previous AUC approval. And then what the proposal here in the green line, the red line, and the purple lines show how new lines will connect that substation to the existing transmission lines that run parallel to Highway 601. it's a separate AUC application that Alberta Echo Electric has to go through. So that process does involve an opportunity for the county to provide input through that. They ordinarily would not require a development permit from us for transmission lines. So it's really about participating in the AUC process. Staff do not have any objections or concerns with what they're proposing, but we still are recommending that a series of commitments be put on the record and submitted to the AUC for follow-up over the course of the next 2 or 3 years between proposal through to construction. And you'll find some of those starting on page 19 of your package in the RFD, identifying some of the things that administration suggests gets formally written up into what's called a commitment letter between either by ACO Electric in favor of the county or a joint letter if necessary. And those usually get attached or appended to the AUC approval. So that includes things such as clarifying that the new lines will have no less of no lower over the road, 18-2, than the existing transmission lines. So that we'll have no additional height restrictions for any vehicle movements up and down that road. It includes requirement to obtain all necessary road crossings, either over or digging fiber cable under county road allowance, which is actually pretty common practice with ACO Electric for some of the transmission lines. It involves a commitment for ACO to apply for and gain approval for various access points that they may need from the county directly onto 18-2, either on a permanent basis or a temporary construction basis. And number 4 probably takes a little bit more explaining, is a commitment by ACO Electric to allow a future connector road or route for emergency response purposes to come from the quarter section that is south of the transmission lines, and those are the purple lines shown on the drawing, to the quarter section that's to the north where the red hatched box is. And that's to facilitate emergency response to the future battery energy storage facility that's proposed to the immediate left of the red hatched box. So that is our, from an emergency response perspective, our biggest source of threat once the bigger project is prepared. And one of our critiques when we were looking at the site plan for the overall solar plant was they didn't connect their internal circulation roads to give the emergency responders a second or a third access route to respond to the source of the most likely highest degree of concerns. So we wouldn't want to be communicating on one side that we need a new access route that goes under the power lines, only to find that ACO Electric is not prepared to allow them to cross the right of way. And that's why we put that down as a potential commitment in writing, so that 2 years, 3 years down the road, we don't find ourselves in that kind of situation. So the recommendation, Reeve Clark, is that council authorizes administration to communicate to ACO Electric in writing that the County of Stettler has no objection to the project, subject to ACO Electric giving a commitment letter outlining those 4 items. And I'm also asking council to leave the final editing and approval of that letter to the Chief Administrative Officer.
Councillor Stevens?
Yeah, I have a question about noise when it comes to this substation. So would any noise studies be individual, one for the solar project, one for the substation, or would it be a cumulative factor since they're both required for one project and located adjacent to each other?
So the substation was part of the approval package for the Red Willow bigger project. So it included noise source from the substation, from the battery pack itself, from any inverters stretched across the various array. So it was a cumulative single study that was done for that larger project. There is no noise study for the transmission connection.
And Councillor Gano?
I wouldn't expect much noise from the transmission line, like these few structures here. I'd like to, in the correspondence, it talked about 18.2. Would we also add 18.3 as there is a crossing there? For, because it's a fiber optic crossing underground.
Oh, yes, fair enough. Yes, the purple line, light purple line that goes farther to the. Yeah.
So we could include, should we? It's a.
It doesn't hurt. I think I was. Yes, and that could be 0.3 is to. Nope, sorry, not my mistake. That'd be 0.2 in our letter.
And my final inquiry, I drove 601 the other night to our awards, and it was already in not great shape. And I know it's not our road, or as I understand it, but are we able to impress upon, in this case, at Collector, the importance of that road and 18, 2, and 3, and keeping it in reasonable shape during construction?
So for any of the county roads, if it's still a heavy move, they're still subject to a road use agreement. I didn't specifically flag that in our, not that we couldn't add it to the list, it's kind of just already covered.
Thank you. And then, it'll be covered elsewhere. And regarding 601, is there anything just in general that we would normally do in these situations? I understand that it's not our road, but do we flag it for others?
Probably the best we could do is to express our concern to the local office of Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors. But that is a good example of a road where it's not outside of our jurisdiction. A road use agreement would not apply.
Any other questions? Andrew, can you take us back to the recommendations then, please? Counselor Stevens?
I'll move staff recommendation 1 with the amendment to add the additional road of 18.3.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. So, we've got, with Craig in the room, we need to go through some things in camera with him, but, or we could, do you want to cover off on council committee reports? Keep on track with our, if we do that, I did not put one in for the Stettler Board of Trade last month. I will put one in.
Mr. Chair, I think your verbal report gave us what the context, it's AGM, so budget, it's not a big deal.
Okay.
But
Any comments from anybody on the ones they've put in or questions? Any other Councillor Adam?
I did put in for the bursary. I didn't know if anybody needed further clarification of what we'd come up with.
And as far as the decision, it would have to come back to council, so we can review that and then bring it back to another meeting, so.
just that to that end, any commitments have to come back to council.
Yeah.
I did have one question about the bursary. When you said that the villages, it's proposed that they put in 10,000 split between 2 villages. Would they each get a vote then, or do they just?
No,
One-
the idea is that they would decide who will be the representative.
Okay.
And only municipality and Clearview would have a seat. Any organizations could say they're, I don't know, Future Egg, and they want a mechanic. They can put in the 10,000 and say, hey, we want this money to go to a mechanic, but it's up to them to then make it favorable for that mechanic to go to them.
Okay, Councillor Nyberg?
And just one other note, if you are putting your reports in, it's advantageous just to put your name at the bottom, just so that we know who they came from when we're asking questions. So just anybody else out there.
Councillor Stevens?
What was the time frame for when they wanted a decision on the Clearview Bursary Committee?
I believe they want it as soon as possible so that they're able to get it out, hopefully for this September term.
Okay.
At the Clearview meeting, it wasn't explicitly clear, but they did seem to be asking for that communication to be their request from the municipalities. I don't know that there would be a letter or anything that's planned to follow up beyond the presentation we had when Clearview hosted us.
Okay, so could we bring that back to our next council meeting then? Council Stevens?
Is there I know they were working on a written agreement. Is that in place at this time? It would be helpful if we had a copy of that written agreement when it came back.
I can certainly ask Scott. That was part of the early discussions when it was just administration. After that, I stepped away, but was to develop the terms of reference, and then the terms of reference should inform agreements with each of the funding partners, and that would set out the more black and white. Here are the deliverables. Here's the cost.
Yeah, they're working on the actual write-up for all parties, so all directions where it would be applicable.
Councilor Stevens, you had your hand up again?
I have a question about the company or corporate sponsorship. Do they have someone reaching out and interested, or was this just a hopeful thing? And I'm trying to take a step back and look at this logically. If, for the example with Future Ag wanting a mechanic, I kind of feel like if that's something they wanted, they'd just spend the 10 grand on the individual that they so chose to go through. I'm not sure if I understand the concept of getting corporate sponsorship other than being a good community steward.
It wasn't so much, we would just use that for just a very visible name that we had used. But we left it open. Originally, they were talking about having enough, or having whoever puts the money in can have a seat. And it was like, that's way too many seats at the table. Gets too complicated. So those that want to put money that are private enterprise would have the ability to then just say where they want their money to go to. And it is very much a community-based bursary. So if they're low on, we'll say, vets in the community, then that's the student that be coming back that be given the highest priority for the bursary. But the others are not excluded. If mechanics are short, that's where they would put the weight on. And then they have a rubric sort of chart to go with for the rest of the qualifications.
Councilor Gano?
Just trying to clarify. So at the Clearview meeting, we are provided this draft.
Right.
So what do you suggest the next step is then?
I think from what I'm understanding, Clearview is wanting to have all the different communities, as in the town and the county, because they're primary people with the Clearview, to approve their end of it. And then they would also be going out to the other communities, and those that want to participate will participate. And it is year to year, seeing what bursary and money is there to determine how many are going out every year.
So do you, what are we approving? Like, is there a document that will you bring a document in 2 weeks, let's say, or in a month for us to approve? Is that the
I
intention?
would have to get the other person. I'm trying to find her again, I think it's Maddie, to get all the documents together for, and I would send them over to Yvette.
Patty from the town.
Yeah, she did a lot of the legwork
From Clearview, the one that was writing it.
Maddie
would be
put it
with
on his
town.
own, but
Oh.
she was quite heavy on the work on this.
Right, so, yeah.
Councilor Stevens?
I think there's a way of simplifying this. I'll make a motion to instruct administration to bring back the proposal with background to a future council meeting.
Okay. Questions, concerns?
What future council meeting?
If you could tell me when the draft will be completed, I'll tell you which meeting I wanted at, but I don't want to put the cart before the horse, so.
Well, I can send out a email, or Nikki can. She has a pretty good working relationship with Maddie, see where it's at,
Mhm.
or if she requires anything from us.
Okay, well, and bring it back to the earliest meeting that we can of that.
Okay, so the second meeting in March or first meeting in April?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? You're opposed, two opposed? Counselor Walker, you're opposed too? You're good, okay. Counselor Nyberg opposed. Okay. Okay, any other questions on any of the committee reports? Counselor Gano?
Just when there was a Culture Day letter of support was requested, did we complete that?
It's in your correspondence section.
Yeah.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it's 12.2.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Nikki?
Yes, if I could just receive some direction, Reeve Clark, on the culture letter, then we can proceed.
Okay, do you want,
If we pass this, we can go on to 12.
I'll give you a motion to receive the committee reports for information.
okay, and call the question, all in favor? That would be carried, then we will move to 12.2. And Nikki, your question there, you need to receive, what, could you repeat that again?
Yes, just for both of the requests for letters of support, I'm looking for direction from council today, please.
Counselor Nyberg, do you want to do 12?
So, Mr. Chair, we have a letter of support request from the FCSS and the Family Resource Network. Basically, this is a grant that is out there. We've applied for it. The only thing that I wanted to bring it to our attention is that the grant application has to be in by Thursday, which is the day after tomorrow. So if we could get this forward. To that end, I would make a motion that we send a letter of support for the, and I send it to the FCSS and the Family Resource Network, which is administered by MAN. I don't know what their exact conversation or what their title is, and have them both put out. So it's a convoluted way they do it. There's a main grant and then there's a sub grant, and we're trying to get the sub grant. And if the main grant doesn't come in, we don't get the sub grant. So if that makes sense to everyone. So
Does it make sense to you, Nikki, as if we put that request back through to administration?
It could be, if I can, it can be the
Just
same
to,
for both people.
yes, to clarify, I've potentially drafted one letter. You would like it addressed to both units.
Yes, please. It could be the same.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
She's already ahead of us.
Yeah. Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That'd be carried. And then 12.2 is Stettler Culture Days letter of support. Okay. What's that? Just Councilor Stevens?
I think this is one that we generally support every year, so I am comfortable making the motion that we send a letter of support for the Culture Days.
And it is due by tomorrow also, so, okay. Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried.
Thank you, Reeve Clark.
Yeah, thank you. What's that? Our one consent agenda item 13.1 Alberta Minister of Municipal Affairs ACP grant application. Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. And next topic is in camera. If I can have a motion to. Counselor Walker, call the question. All in favor? We are in camera. next meeting is the 25th, is it?
It's on a Wednesday.
What?
Balky's Pond, who brought that up?
That's at the
It's the
end of our
25th,
package.
March 25th, okay. And we need one other motion.
Motion for adjournment.
Counselor Stevens,